Good morning, and welcome to the 6th hearing of the U.S.-China Economic and Security Review Commission's 2025 annual report cycle. Thank you for joining us today. We welcome our witnesses and are grateful for their joining us to share their expertise. I'd also like to extend our appreciation to the Senate Finance Committee for the use of their hearing room, as well as the Senate Recording Studio for their assistance in live streaming this event. For those attending in person or watching online, witness testimony and a transcript of this hearing will be available on the Commission's website. Finally, I want to welcome 2 new commissioners to the Commission, Commissioner Chris Levin, appointed by Leader Jeffries, and Commissioner Josh Hodges, appointed by Speaker Johnson. Welcome. Today's hearing will examine how China is deepening its leverage over critical supply chains and factors of production through overcapacity, foreign investment, and other means. We will also look at the actions governments and entities can take to protect their supply chains and economic security, as well as the gaps that remain. China's manufacturing trade surplus has doubled over the past 5 years, reaching $1.9 trillion in 2024. Spurred by weak domestic demand and overinvestment in industrial capacity, Chinese overcapacity shows no signs of abating. China is on track to hold 45% of global manufacturing capacity by 2030, up from 35% in 2023. The United States and many of our allies and partners experienced the first China shock deeply. Manufacturing communities were hollowed out by dumped and subsidized goods. Firms that did survive were weakened by loss of export markets to subsidized goods flooding the world. Emerging economies are now experiencing the same. They are facing a flood of Chinese subsidized exports, even while China is focusing on emerging technologies and industries, placing continued strain on U.S. advanced manufacturers. Since 2021, China has shifted over $250 billion in exports from advanced economies to emerging markets. China's latest available trade data shows that exports to ASEAN grew 21% over the year before. The endless flow of subsidized Chinese goods is decimating local manufacturers, gutting jobs, and preventing industrialization. New production is often Chinese-owned and managed, deepening factors of influence. Chinese companies operating worldwide and global dependence on Chinese inputs have blurred the definition of a, quote, Chinese good. Diversifying away from China almost always involves Chinese-owned companies and Chinese-made components, undermining the ability to leverage geographic diversification as a proxy for supply chain security. We have begun to address supply chain risks stemming from Chinese overcapacity. However, the scope of the problem is enormous. Over 1/3 of U.S. industries source a majority of their imports from China. Significant challenges remain, including coordination across government agencies, sustained commitment to long-term investments, and effective engagement and coordination with allies and partners. I look forward to hearing from today's witnesses on concrete steps we must take to tackle this challenge head-on. I would like to thank my fellow commissioners for their participation, our witnesses for their testimony, and the staff for their support in organizing today's hearing. I will now turn over to my colleague and co-chair for this hearing, Commissioner Leland Miller.
Thank you, Commissioner Shmavonian. And thank you to our witnesses for joining us today and for the work you've put into your testimonies. We're now in an era where national trade policy is getting a huge amount of attention. But you can't fix trade policy if you have effectively granted control over key supply chains to your competitors and adversaries. The United States today confronts the reality that the health of its economy and the resilience of its defense industrial base rely on critical supply chains that flow through China and are exposed to Chinese Communist Party leverage. China is the dominant and often sole supplier of inputs across numerous U.S. industries, particularly in the pharmaceutical and electronic sectors, which we'll focus on today. In printed circuit board fabrication, an often underappreciated but essential part of modern electronics, Chinese firms control over 2/3 of the global market. In pharmaceuticals, over 60% of all U.S. drugs contain key inputs from China as well as India, which itself is heavily reliant on Chinese chemical inputs. Control over these sectors grants Xi Jinping enormous leverage over our economy. The time to start acting was long ago, but now we're at the point where refusing to confront these issues head-on risks nothing short of a national security failure. China's recent restrictions on U.S. access to gallium, germanium, antimony, graphite, certain rare earths, and other critical minerals demonstrate Beijing's willingness to exercise its leverage. Tariffs may be a part of the solution, but a whole-of-government effort is needed to develop alternatives to these supply chain choke points. The consequences of inaction could be disastrous, and the impact will be seen not just in our economic data, but in our hospitals and pharmacies, in our military, and in all electronics that are crucial to the modern economy. Meanwhile, China is pursuing a deliberate strategy to deepen global reliance on its production. Witnesses will focus on two sectors, advanced pharmaceuticals and foundational semiconductors, also known as legacy chips, where Chinese industrial policies are starting to swamp us. And yet, exports of overcapacity in these sectors may look different than in the past. In advanced biopharmaceuticals, Chinese biopharma companies are reshaping supply chains not through production, but by licensing and contracting drugs developed within China's heavily state-subsidized industry. In foundational chips, Chinese-made semiconductors threaten to flood the U.S. market as components embedded in electronics, rather than simply competing chip for chip with U.S. firms. Nonetheless, with Chinese state-subsidized chip makers displacing foreign firms as suppliers to China's massive electronics industry, the consequence of this collapsing market will be felt all the same by U.S. chip companies and ultimately the broader economy. Bold and creative solutions are needed to resolve both long-standing supply chain vulnerabilities and these emerging areas. I look forward to insights and perspectives from our panelists on these important issues.
Thank you, Commissioner Miller. Trade surplus system, challenging U.S. efforts to diversify and deepening third countries' dependence on China. We'll start with Mr. Adam Wolf. Economics and labor. Ms. Todd will discuss how the United States can adapt its economic policy toolkit to address evolving threats from China's non-market policies and practices, along with additional measures to deepen testimony. To your remarks, I ask that you all keep your remarks to 7 minutes.
It's a bit of a surprise to be here talking China's integration into global value chains in the early 2000s resulted in some portion of U.S. manufacturing capacity being offshored to China. And that resulted in the loss of maybe 1 million manufacturing jobs in the U.S. Although the numbers around that are still highly disputed. But there's wide agreement that large-scale offshoring of production to China basically ended in 2000. Disappeared after that. I think you're right to be having this hearing today, because if we shift our perspective from the U.S. labor market and look at China's manufacturing sector, then I think it's clear that some sort of new shock has been emerging since 2020. First, consider what happened during the original China shock. From 2002 to 2007, China in volume terms, 0.7 percentage points of global These dynamics all stalled or reversed. China's share of global exports stabilized, at least in volume terms. The product mix of its exports hardly changed at all. And its trade surplus declined sharply as a share of its own output and held relatively steady as a share of global GDP. But then starting in 2020, China's global export share has been rising again. It's up about 4 percentage points in volume terms since then. The product mix of its exports has begun to shift again as well, this time towards transport equipment and industrial supplies. Points of its own GDP, 7 percentage points of global GDP. And it's this combination of rapid export growth, industrial upgrading, and import substitution that's raised global concerns about a new China shock. But there is one critical difference from their original shock, and that's the price dynamics behind it. In the early 2000s, China was a deflationary force because it was integrated into the global economy when its overall price level was very low. But throughout that China shock period, its export prices rose 45% as its wages and domestic prices gradually converged towards global levels. This time, though, China's export prices have been falling sharply, and its export prices have fallen mostly because its overall price level has been falling. We suggest that excess capacity has been the major factor China went from. And products in many of those sectors have been growing fast as a share. As an example, China is now the leading producer of EVs. But excess capacity in the sector has also led to a brutal price war in the domestic market, which encouraged the most capable firms to look abroad for sales. China's EV exports have increased by a factor of 22 since 2020, helping it to become the world's largest exporter of passenger cars. Electric motors, even larger glut of capacity for making ICE vehicles. It was also redirected. Bigger story. And of the increase in China's auto exports since 2020 has come from ICE vehicles. And this is a story that we see repeated over a number of different industries. Capacity that was almost entirely devoted to serving the domestic market before 2020 has been exports since then. Factor in domestic demand, its industrial policies to find the origins of the shock. And I would suggest that it was the 5-year plan that was approved by the Communist Party in 2020. One of the main aims of that plan was to hold the manufacturing share of GDP basically stable. Almost before the ink was dry on that plan, we see this enormous shift in credit flows from real estate to manufacturing. And that led directly to China's ongoing housing bust. The resulting decline in construction activity and household sentiment has weighed on domestic demand since then. Yet China keeps plowing more and more resources into its manufacturing capacity, and so its goods producing sector must increasingly rely on foreign demand. Now, the good news, I think, is that the US looks relatively insulated from this new shock. Its manufacturing sector isn't particularly concentrated in the product categories where China's exports have been surging. It's also not particularly reliant on exports in the first place, so it has less to lose from increased competition in third markets. And its high tariff wall has protected its domestic market from a surge in China's exports, even if that's come with other costs that might be even more detrimental to the economy over the longer run than the China shock would be. But many of the US's allies are not so well placed. Germany, France, and others in Western Europe look particularly vulnerable. So does Japan. Their manufacturing sectors are heavily concentrated in the areas where China's exports are growing the fastest. Plus, relatively insulated is not the same as immune, and we should remember that the original China shock was not actually large in terms of the overall employment in the US. yet the scars are still there in many communities where factories were shut down. For this reason, I think the best response to the new shock would be one that's closely coordinated with our allies, and it should focus on shuttering China's excess capacity in tradable goods. But I'll conclude my remarks here, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Wolf. Ms. Todd.
Commissioner Shmavonian, Commissioner Miller, other members of the Commission, thank you for the opportunity to testify at today's hearing. The topic of China Shock 2.0 is an important and urgent one. Commissioner Shmavonian and Mr. Wolf provided some of the compelling data on China's domination of the global market. China achieves this dominance through its extensive non-market policies and practices, which undermine fair competition and create dependencies that can be weaponized. The consequences for U.S. supply chains have been significant. The United States is directly reliant on China for certain critical minerals, active pharmaceutical ingredients, clean energy technologies, certain machinery, and other goods, all of which, not coincidentally, overlap with China's designation of strategic and emerging sectors. These dependencies come with significant risks to our workers, our manufacturers, communities, defense industrial base, and more. China's tactics for achieving and maintaining dominant positions in global supply chains may change, but the risks to U.S. economic and national security remain the same and could increase if we do not take steps to defend against these unfair trade practices and promote U.S. supply chain resilience. In light of these risks, I have 4 main points that I want to convey to the Commission today. My first point is that the United States should seek to combat the impact of China's non-market policies and practices and China Shock 2.0 as part of a broader strategy to achieve supply chain resilience. Under the Biden administration, the White House completed comprehensive assessments of critical supply chains for the purpose of addressing vulnerabilities and threats to our security. These should be continued, and our responses to China's non-market policies and practices should be incorporated into that broader effort. Historically, our actions against China's unfair trade practices have been ad hoc and targeted at a single finished product at a time. But China has pursued policies that allow them to distort and monopolize entire global supply chains, which demands more than ad hoc action and a fulsome approach to finished products, as well as crucial inputs and components. Additionally, in some cases, China's practices may be the primary cause for a supply chain dependency. But in other cases, reduced domestic capacity or limited supply of an input from another country could be the bigger issue. A broader resilience strategy will ensure we properly identify the supply chain risks and address them holistically. My second point is that the United States should take early and comprehensive action to respond to China's non-market policies and practices. Supply chain dependencies can take time to materialize, but once they do, they can be difficult to reverse. Policy interventions are likely to be more successful if they are deployed before choke points have developed and before U.S. industry has been harmed. We should prioritize ongoing supply chain assessments in critical sectors to facilitate these responses before the vulnerabilities occur. In addition, comprehensive responses are necessary to achieve our supply chain resilience goals. Tariffs by themselves, for example, may be insufficient to expand domestic production or develop alternative input sources. And conversely, incentives for U.S.-based manufacturing alone may be undermined by unfairly traded imports. The United States has an extensive menu of authorities that can respond to China Shock 2.0 and contribute to our supply chain resilience efforts. I'm going to list a few here. Trade enforcement actions, export controls, entity list designations, procurement policies, domestic investments, overseas financing and strategic projects, U.S. market standards, import transparency requirements, and many others. Our supply chain resilience efforts should leverage an appropriate and well-coordinated mix of these and other affirmative and defensive measures based on the specific vulnerabilities in a sector, and we should update our responses over the long term. My third point is we need a modern, effective toolkit to achieve these comprehensive responses. China modifies its tactics as necessary to achieve its goals. We should similarly modify our toolkit. In China Shock 2.0, we see increased ownership of key raw material sources around the world, investment by Chinese state-owned enterprises in other countries, and export controls limiting access to critical minerals, to name a few. These actions are no less threatening to our supply chain resilience than surges of Chinese imports in the U.S. market. Our toolkit needs to be able to respond more capably to the current threats and to future ones, too. as a first step to modernizing our toolkit, we should consider updates to the laws that have played a central role in our responses to date. These include Title VII of the Tariff Act of 1930, Section 201 and Section 301 of the Trade Act of 1974, and Section 232 of the Trade Expansion Act of 1962, all of which were first written decades ago without today's understanding of overcapacity and choke points. Specifically, these statutes should be amended to respond to China Shock 2.0 so that they facilitate enforcement action throughout supply chains, combat transnational subsidies, address circumvention, require enhanced import transparency and traceability, and authorize action before U.S. producers face harms. Updates to the harmonized tariff schedule should also be considered to allow for more precise targeting of imports with trade enforcement measures and tariff rates that account for new technologies and shifting strategic priorities as Congress deems appropriate. These changes will strengthen our capability to take enforcement measures that better reflect the extent of China's unfair trade practices and their impacts. In addition, Congress and the executive branch should complete regular evaluations of the overall U.S. toolkit, including the affirmative and defensive authorities I mentioned before. These evaluations should lead to timely legislative updates to create new authorities or modernize existing ones as needed. My fourth and final point for the Commission today is that our responses to China's non-market policies and practices will be more effective if we are able to coordinate them with allies and partners, including through affirmative economic initiatives. Working in sync could help to secure alternative sources of raw materials we lack. Coordination can also help to prevent circumvention or transshipment and make it harder for China to sustain its distorting measures. Achieving this greater coordination will not be easy. However, even if other countries are concerned about the impacts of China Shock 2.0, they may be wary of increasing the risk of China's retaliation or coercion by aligning their responses with ours. Countries will also consider the United States' bilateral trade policy in determining whether it is in their interest to coordinate. Finally, other countries may not share our assessment of China's market-distorting policies. What we see as circumvention of U.S. trade enforcement may be perceived as a crucial investment to bolster economic diversification or to move up the value chain by recipient countries. Despite these challenges, we should pursue a concerted diplomatic engagement effort at all levels of the U.S. government to build a shared vision of the objectives and strategy with allies and partners, and these efforts, just like our broader supply chain resilience efforts, should be pursued over the long term and updated as appropriate. In sum, the Commission is right to be focused on China's evolving strategies to dominate and distort sectors in the global economy, given the risk to U.S. supply chains and our economic and national security. And as you consider the best way to respond to China Shock 2.0, I hope these observations and insights are helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Todd. I'm going to take chair's privilege and ask the first questions. Ms. Todd, you raised how critical it is to coordinate with our allies and partners. That's a view I share. This is not a challenge that's unique to the United States, and it is not a challenge that the United States, frankly, is going to be able to solve on its own, given the global nature of supply chains. Can you talk through how receptive some of our allies and partners and emerging markets have been to some of our efforts to both provide warning and also as an effort to support diversification within their markets?
Sure. Thank you for the question. I think it depends on the scenario and the countries and how we're asking to coordinate with them. Take, for example, the Indo-Pacific Partnership, the IPEF, the economic framework, the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework. It had an entire supply chain agreement, the first of its kind. In that scenario, the United States and more than a dozen partners were really eager to cooperate to reduce vulnerabilities, to address choke points, to respond to disruptions when they occurred and do so in a coordinated fashion. But in that initiative, we were using kind of common understandings of supply chain resilience without speaking about targeting a specific country or a specific source of those potential supply chain disruptions. In other cases, in bilateral settings, when we engaged countries at the White House with concerns about Chinese investment in their country, as I pointed out in my testimony, sometimes they did not share our concerns, and coordination on reducing that type of investment was not as welcome. But in another case, a final example I'll offer, in Indonesia's critical mineral sector, for example, we've seen a lot of Chinese investment there, and Indonesia has been public about its interest in diversifying its sector. And so I think that it is really dependent on what the ask is, what the country is, and how we're trying to coordinate.
Thank you. Mr. Wolf, you have two really excellent charts at the back of your written testimony on the Export Similarities Index and also the similarities with China's growing export products. In compiling that chart, were there any industries or countries that stood out to you or were surprising, either with respect to their dependence or their lack of dependence on the Chinese export market or the emerging exports?
I think one of the surprises in calculating these indices that really jumped out at me was actually the U.S. That we see this big shift, well, an increase in similarity between China and other industrialized economies between 2018 and 2023, which is the last data point that I was able to calculate this for. But you don't see the same increase in the U.S. China seems to be converging towards the technological frontier, but that convergence isn't happening with the U.S. for some reason. And so another way of looking at similarity or this change in China's export basket is to look at just the tails, so the areas where China's been growing the fastest and where China's been growing, or where the product categories that have been shrinking the fastest as a share of China's total exports. And what really surprised me was how much overlap there is between the U.S. and China in those sectors that are shrinking in China's export basket. And I think a lot of that has to do with the tariffs that were put in place in between 2018 and 2020 on China. And that resulted in some import substitution, some movement of lower value-added processes out of China into third markets. And it hints at, there are costs to protection, especially using a tariff barrier to protect your economy from Chinese imports. And one of those costs is that it retards productivity. And I think that has been a consequence for the U.S.
Thank you. Ms. Todd, there's a perception that trade agreements will equate to resilience, and that when we enter into trade agreements with allies and partners, that is inherently linking our economies and they are a trusted partner. But we both know that the devil's in the details, and when you have rules of origin that allow for half of content to come from outside of a trading region, you can actually invite a lot of inputs from non-market economies like China into the supply chain of products that are ultimately manufactured in a trade agreement partner. Do you have views on that challenge and ways we might be able to address that?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I think it's important that when the United States is pursuing affirmative economic initiatives to deepen economic ties, to promote supply chain resilience with other partners, that we're guarding against backdoors that could undermine the preferences, targeted benefits to the ally that we're working with, and could provide opportunities for China to take advantage of some of those preferences. So I'm thinking about tariff reductions in past trade agreements or in preference programs. If you don't have strong rules of origin, you could see China start to erode some of the benefits to that partner, or certainly exact some of the harms that they may in other ways. There was a Market Economies Sourcing Act introduced by Senator Casey, and it may have been introduced, that would basically require trade agreements that came to Congress, that come to Congress and receive expedited consideration, to have rules of origin that prevent that from happening. I think that's a good idea. I think that and other ideas should be considered.
Thank you. Mr. Miller.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Wolf, a lot of skeptics have continued to hammer away at this idea of overcapacity. They might grant that China is producing a lot. They'll probably grant that China is subsidizing a lot. They might grant that China is a manufacturing powerhouse and is on a linear path to dominate further. but they question the idea that this is overcapacity. One of the focuses of your testimony was on this issue of defining overcapacity. For policymakers who are not economists, can you sort of boil down in layman's terms why this problem is overcapacity and it's not just good, smart business practices by Chinese firms?
I suppose there's overcapacity can be in the eye of the beholder in many ways. So one argument against saying that China's problem is excess capacity is the idea that, well, the world actually needs a lot more green technology. So by definition, we can't have excess capacity in green technology because we need so much more of it. And it would be great if China could produce more. For certain industries, maybe that is true. Another argument against China or saying that the problem is excess capacity from China is that quite often its export margins are higher than its domestic sales margins. So the example I use in my testimony is for excavators, that there's a 30% margin for when the largest Chinese producers of excavators sell abroad versus about a 20% margin when they sell domestically. And so by that definition, it's not dumping excess capacity in international markets. This is just good business practice in pursuing the more profitable businesses. But I think it's hard to argue that China doesn't have a structural excess capacity issue when you look at China's own industrial data. So Chinese state-owned firms always produce a loss, and that loss was socialized by the state. And so that it's not surprising that we see losses in the state-owned companies. But what's changed is private firms. Before 2019, you never saw a year where more than 13% of large private industrial firms posted an annual loss. And that's happened every single year since. 21% of private firms, large industrial firms in China, posted a loss last year. And so the problem is that when demand for these sectors declined, there was no market mechanism to clear out that excess capacity. These companies are being kept alive by local government subsidies. And I think it's this loss of market discipline that's really contributed to the excess capacity problem in China and to this surge in ever cheaper exports coming out of China, because the best firms in those markets now have an even larger incentive to look abroad for sales. And I think it's probably that metric that really highlights the issue of excess capacity, that firms can no longer make a profit in the domestic market in China.
Thank you. Carrying on that thread, in your recommendation section, you say the goal should be to increase China's domestic absorption of its industrial production and to encourage the shuttering of loss-making businesses in sectors with clear signs of excess capacity. I certainly agree with that statement. I want to ask you about the word encourage. Are we going to be able to encourage China to change its ways, or is this something that's going to require a very robust policy response? And Ms. Todd, you're welcome to answer that too if you'd like afterwards.
I think the ship has sailed in a lot of Chinese industrial policies. That one of the main motivations for China adopting this really strange development model of targeting a relatively stable manufacturing share of GDP was U.S. sanctions and U.S. tariffs on China, and fear of their own choke points being exploited by the U.S. And so Xi Jinping has made that a priority to say that China will never be beholden to U.S. choke point technologies, which means that they need to make everything basically domestically. And I think that there's probably little the U.S. can do to steer China away from those policies. But what they can do is get back to where they were before 2020, which is to not make that the heart of their growth strategy. That can be their industrial strategy, but if they can return China to where it was before 2020, where enlarging the service sector as a share of aggregate GDP was one of the top economic targets, that should increase the domestic absorption ratio. It would increase China's employment as well and make households in a better position to purchase Chinese goods and goods from abroad as well. So I think that there's probably some flexibility about the overall economic objectives, even if there's no flexibility on kind of industrial policies at this point.
Okay.
I'll just add briefly that the Biden administration at very high levels did speak to President Xi and other Chinese government officials about the need to reshape their economy around more of a consumption model, and it was a difficult conversation to have. And my understanding of those exchanges was that they were not receptive to it from the highest levels.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Freeberg.
Thank you very much, and thanks both of you for your excellent statements. I wanted to pick up where Commissioner Miller's question left off. I mean, it would seem as if trying to persuade China to change its policies in the ways that you described, Mr. Todd, is something that we've attempted and failed at doing for decades now. And in light of that fact, wouldn't it be correct to say that the only way of applying the kind of pressure that might produce a change is to assemble some kind of unified tariff wall around China that prevents it from pouring out all of this excess capacity? What's the alternative to that, Mr. Wolf?
I think that there would be great challenges to constructing a unified tariff wall around China for a number of reasons. One is that I think the most important reason, is that the majority of China's exports now go to other emerging markets, at least directly. Some of those are, repackaged and shipped to developed markets afterwards. But most of even final demand now is going to other emerging markets. Other emerging markets do not have the same concerns about excess capacity in higher value-added categories that developed markets tend to have in China. They actually welcome much cheaper capital goods and industrial inputs from China that they would otherwise be sourcing from more expensive developed market economies. And so in that sense, I think it's probably not plausible that we'd be able to construct this unified tariff wall around China or an effective tariff wall around China. But I do think that it is possible, but even in those economies, there's a shared concern about excess capacity and the continuous lowering of China's export prices over the past few years. And you can see this in the number of anti-dumping disputes that were filed against China last year, with 2/3 of those coming from other emerging markets. And so I think that there is scope for a broad coalition that puts pressure on China to shutter some of this excess capacity. And within China's central government, there's probably some scope to be willing to listen to that. The problem would be an internal domestic problem between the local governments and the central government, where the central government is trying to create a national unified market, which would include the shuttering of the least productive producers in certain industries. But local governments have strongly resisted that pressure, and I think that will continue.
Thank you. Ms. Todd.
I agree with the premise that engagement with China is unlikely to change the trajectory that they are on or that our supply chains are on. I still think engagement can be important, but I do think that our responses to the threats from China Shock 2.0 and their overall industrial strategy needs to be really comprehensive. I think tariffs can be an important part of that, but sometimes tariffs are not the right tool. Let's say, we really need rare earth minerals from China. A tariff on those rare earth minerals may not be the right solution in that case. We need to find alternative sources of rare earth minerals and develop supply chains around those alternative sources. And tariffs could potentially help to and complement those efforts. But a tariff wall by itself, I think, won't achieve the broader supply chain resilience goals.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Todd, I wanted to ask you, in your testimony, and you mentioned it just now, made the point that U.S. trade laws are outdated in many respects, and they need to change to require, as you said, enhanced import transparency and traceability and to address circumvention. How exactly do you propose to do that?
Well, this could be quite a weedy topic, so I'll try to give an overview. But we don't actually have a lot of requirements on transparency or traceability for imports. and broader requirements on where materials come from, their sourcing. As Commissioner Shmavonian mentioned, it can be hard to tell where a product is coming from, and that may make it harder for us to impose trade measures that are effective. So import traceability and requiring importers to disclose a supply chain of a product, I think, would be helpful. Circumvention, we did develop circumvention procedures for Title VII of the 1930 Trade Act, but they do not exist across the board of the trade statutes. And that's one thing that we could do to kind of level up the other statutes that don't have those procedures, because I do think circumvention will continue to be a problem. So those are just two examples, but there are many others, other ways that we could modernize those laws as well.
Thank you.
Commissioner Goodwin.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and my appreciation to both of you for your time today. Mr. Wolf, I want to return to your answer to Commissioner Freeberg's question about coordinating with these emerging markets and trying to craft some sort of comprehensive, coordinated response. In your testimony, you talked about the fact that many of the same emerging markets that are concerned about job losses and the shock on their economies and have, in fact, filed these anti-dumping claims also remain interested in attracting Chinese investment and attracting Chinese production facilities to their countries. So just talk a little bit more about that dynamic, how they reconcile that tension internally, and then also, I assume it differs sector to sector, product to product.
Yeah, I think that the emerging market response to this new China shock is a complicated one because it brings benefits and it brings huge costs as well. So if you look at the anti-dumping disputes that have been filed by emerging markets, they're mostly focused at very low value-added manufacturing sectors, things like synthetic textiles, various low value-added metal products and things like that, where there are companies that produce that stuff domestically, have produced that stuff domestically for a long time, and have been a source of employment for these emerging markets. And now those industries are being crushed because Chinese prices keep coming down for these sectors. On the other hand, China's surge in exports have brought benefits because capital goods are now much cheaper. A lot of industrial equipment is now cheaper than it was 5-10 years ago. And so they've welcomed that type of export surge, and haven't complained about any of that type of stuff to China. India being an exception to the rule. The other benefits that China has seen is that U.S. tariffs in particular have encouraged getting final production is the lowest value-added step in any global value chain, but integrating into a global value chain is itself productivity enhancing for an emerging market and gives an opportunity to move up the value-added ladder from there. And so they've welcomed those investments from China. And so I think that it's, while they have concerns that overlap with the U.S., that overlap is a pretty limited area for the U.S. and emerging markets to engage on.
Great. Thank you. Ms. Todd, also to follow up on Commissioner Freeberg's question to you about building resiliency and having that be our overarching strategic objective. Instead of trying to convince PRC to change its behavior, what do we do to build resilience into our system and into our supply chains and the global value chains? You talked in your written testimony about a lot of the incentives and efforts and initiatives that were undertaken in the Inflation Reduction Act in the context of EVs, investing in manufacturing, investing in mining and refining, and even on the demand side. The tax credit, which is now in jeopardy of being eliminated. Those steps that were taken were significant, but were they even enough? There have been, as we discussed at our last hearing on energy, a series of announcements closing some of these battery manufacturing facilities just in the past few months. And as I remarked at our last hearing, when those were announced last year or within the last couple of years, public officials obviously were there to welcome that significant investment and remarked that investing in EVs and investing in battery production of that sort is a matter of national and economic security. If it is, And if you agree with that sentiment, don't we need to do more on the demand side?
So I do agree with that sentiment. I think that the electric vehicle supply chain goes beyond just EVs. Grid storage, batteries, technology in general for electrification of vehicles. It has broader applications throughout our manufacturing sector. And I think that the United States' global competitiveness will really be strengthened if we are also leaders in the EV sector. I think that it is an open question whether or not the bucket of EV, the whole package of EV and electric vehicle supply chain policy responses made by the Biden administration were enough. I know they were more that were done before. But I want to pick up on one of your specific points, and that is that we really do need to have, in addition to supply, demand as well. We really need to create an ecosystem that will support an entire supply chain. That's what will make our policies most sustainable over time, which is why in my testimony, I'm advocating for a comprehensive approach, because just taking a one-off type of a policy solution may not get those long-lasting results. But to your broader point about some of the battery plants closing, that may be early indications that we haven't achieved scale of these policies yet. And I think it's an important reminder that China actually has scale. It has manufacturing scale, it has policy intervention scale, and one of the things that the United States, I think, should do to achieve supply chain resilience is have a similar scale of policy interventions, not necessarily, and certainly not non-market interventions like China does, but we need to pursue this goal with the same amount of vigor to have the same amount of results.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Hodges.
Hey, good morning. I want to focus on resiliency versus dominance. And in my view, it's been more than 5 years since the majority of people began to wake up to the supply chain risks. So my questions for you today are, would you say the United States or Europe has meaningfully changed the dynamics over the past 5 years on those known risks? Are we more resilient today than we were in 2020? Are we successfully competing on any level? It's a question for both of you.
Okay, I like these questions. I do think we have meaningfully changed in a few ways. I think the awareness of the private sector, of the government, both in our country and among our allies and partners, is heightened. And in many cases, we were leaders on that. We were convincing our allies and partners that there were global supply chain risks because of China's dominance of sectors that they were slow to wake up to. So I think we have greater awareness. I think we have a greater understanding of our supply chains, and an understanding of our supply chains is essential to crafting good policies. But I think we are not where we need to be in terms of resilience. I think some of the panelists later today in your hearing will expose a lot of the vulnerabilities that still exist. And I think that we are, in today's hearing, talking about China Shock 2.0, and we need to be prepared to respond to that. But we also have to do more to prepare for the future China shocks. And I think we're not where we need to be on that front.
Just to follow up on that, Nora, on the sort of one of the things I've heard as I've talked to businesses and companies overseas and here in the U.S. is China's financing is much faster, much more nimble. There's much more of it. How would you rate the current sort of U.S. government financing mechanisms to create and generate ability to compete with China?
I'm not an expert on all the U.S. financing programs, but I'll go back to my comment to Commissioner Goodwin on scale. In addition to scale of policy interventions, China also has speed, and we neither have scale nor speed. And we do need to get better at that in financing and in other ways, so that we're not always after the fact trying to address a vulnerability and repair the harms from it, that we're getting ahead of the problem.
Thank you. And Adam, reading your testimony, and this could be just interpretation on my part, so please correct me, but it almost comes across as, why bother, why fight it, we can't out-China China, we can't tariff, according to sort of one of your answers previously. What, in your opinion, do you agree, or what do you view as sort of the best approach to actually combat this and take a sort of a medium to long-term approach to actually do something about it to get us back in the game?
Well, I do think trying to out-China China is a losing strategy. That America should play to its strengths. And really the concern between China and the U.S. is less about this kind of excess capacity in legacy industries and much more about the industries of the future. And the U.S. should have great advantages against China in that sense. I think a lot of those advantages are being undermined under the current administration, in the sense that the university system in this country is the greatest university system in the world, and it's under threat. Research and development spending in this country is higher than any other country in the world, and the share of that spending on basic research is higher than any other country in the world. And that's a strength, that's not a weakness, and that should be encouraged. I think that there are ways to play to those strengths and increase funding from Congress that don't lead to excess capacity, they don't lead to kind of state domination of the market. And there should be greater coordination between the university system and that research and development and the industrial sector. Because where the U.S. tends to fall behind is that scaling up issue. That a lot of basic inventions are done in the U.S., but they're industrialized in China or put into practice in China. And that doesn't have to happen. And I think a refocusing around that process in the U.S. is a good way to combat against this threat from China. And I think the other point I was trying to get across in my testimony is that there's always a cost. To resilience comes at a cost. That building redundancies into supply chains comes with a cost. Businesses have to, holding excess inventory costs businesses money. It prevents them from investing in other opportunities. And sometimes that cost is worth paying. I think, obviously, we're all realizing that having higher inventories of permanent magnets made with rare earths would have been a good idea. And building some of subsidizing production for the processing and the production of those magnets, processing of rare earths and production of those magnets in the U.S. would have been a good idea. And in some choke points, I think it's worth paying the cost of subsidizing production and using what would be traditionally considered non-market tools to directly confront China's choke points. So.
Thank you.
Commissioner Keiken.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Wolf and Ms. Todd. Ms. Todd, it's especially good to see you again. As I've been listening to your both of your testimonies, one of the things that sort of occurred to me is China has little regard for global norms, global commons, status quo, international institutions, and all of the things that you're talking about. They also have little regard for partners and allies. Ms. Todd, in your opening testimony, you had a couple of ideas that were sort of specific in terms of actions that we can take. But if we're dealing with a competitor that essentially has little regard for the rules of the road, and we're persistently pursuing sort of status quo in the noise solutions, aren't we sort of setting ourselves up for persistent failure? Is that a fair assessment?
I think what I'm proposing is a change from the status quo. I think the United States government is not currently oriented sufficiently around U.S. supply chain resilience. We're not sufficiently coordinated toward that end. We are not deploying all the tools in our toolkit. We aren't modernizing our toolkit at the pace we need to modernize it. So I am proposing a change to the status quo. But I do agree with your assessment that China is going to pursue its policies regardless of some of the norms that we criticize them for violating. And that's why I think it's important for the United States to have its own vision, its goal of supply chain resilience as the North Star that shapes all of this policy, and not getting China to respect the international norms or abide by trade rules that they haven't abided by since they joined the WTO.
Mr. Rolfe, I want to hear your answer, but I just want to have Ms. Todd follow up on one couple of things. So what's the most radical idea that you have in your sort of toolkit of things the United States government can do? Because my sense of the last 20 or 30 years is that basically it's a boil the frog situation here, and we're the ones getting boiled. So
we're really going to have to change the tools that we're using, and we're going to have to do it quickly and dramatically. So, you know, one of the things this commission does, as you well know, is make recommendations to Congress. So what's a recommendation that we should consider that really would drive home the points, which I think you just made are very good. But what's the idea? What's the recommendation?
I don't know if this is going to sound radical, but it is true that the United States...
It's okay. You're in the trade business. Over the years, I've noticed that trade people are very, like, non-radical in their words.
Okay, I'm not sure where to go with that, so I'll just go back to my answer. I think that we need a complete overhaul of how the U.S. government addresses this problem. It's an all-hands-on-deck situation. I don't think that we are in an all-hands-on-deck posture, and I think that's the radical idea. It is that all federal agencies should be focused on U.S. supply chain resilience, that they should be coordinating in ways we have not coordinated before. And I think, you know, it may not be the space today to talk about new tools, but we really do need to think about this much more comprehensively instead of the whack-a-mole approach that we've adopted to date. And that may mean doing a very comprehensive trade omnibus law like we've done in the past in '88 and '74. That would reimagine this toolkit and give it that speed and give it that scale that we've discussed today.
That's helpful. I swear, Mr. Wolf, I'm coming to you. We recently had a meeting with Ambassador Greer at the USTR. One of the things that I did not realize is that there's only a few hundred people that work there. Based on your testimony and sort of what I know of the trade space, and the complexity of the trade space, that seems like a dramatic understaffing of an institution that has vast interagency and international responsibility. Is that a bad read, I guess? Let me start there because you probably have some views here and I'd like to hear them.
I did spend a year as chief of staff at USTR, and I can say that it is maybe a small agency, but it is a very mighty agency, and I think their leanness and their nimbleness is really part of what makes them so skilled at what they do. But I think if you're asking a broader question of do we need to put more resources at this, the answer is yes. But we also can compile an army of U.S. government officials across agencies who have these different tools. They will not all live at one agency. And I think coordinating that army and getting them all to march toward this specific goal of resilience and deploying tools in ways we have not deployed them before, I think that would be imperative.
So it sounds like you think the USTR, I love the small and mighty, by the way. I always enjoy hearing that about bureaucratic organizations. So it doesn't sound like you say they need more people. Do they need more power, more authority across the interagency? Is that how I should think about it? Because what you sort of said is, you know, they have enough people, they have a broad mandate, but we need to make sure the sort of interagency soldiers, as you said it, are sort of not put to task in a bad way, but sort of put more aggressively on the job, so to speak, and deployed in a more robust way. Is that a bad read?
So I think in an ideal world, to answer this a little bit more expansively, the United States would identify sectors that it says are critical for our economic and national security, and we would develop internal plans to ensure the resilience of those supply chains, and that we would potentially publish sectors that are at risk of China's non-market policies and practices. And then we would basically coordinate government resources toward that goal. And I think USTR should play that function of coordinating our government responses to the threats from China's non-market policies and practices. And it may be in assuming that interagency leadership role, they need more people to help them do that. I'd want to think about that a little bit more just because I am so impressed with what they're able to do now. But that means that state and commerce and treasury and export-import bank and the Department of Energy, they all need to be part of that interagency group, and it needs to be like a tiger team type setting. We need to be having regularized assessments of the policies we've put in place. We need to have regularized meetings with private sector to discuss, better coordination. We need to update these policies over time, and I think USTR's leadership would be key to that. It's just hard to answer right now if that means definitely more people or not, but I think they should play a prominent role.
That's super helpful, Ms. Todd. Now, Dr. Friedberg always scolds me for going over on my time, but he usually won't scold the witness. So, Mr. Wolf, if my co-chairs will let you, I'd love to hear your sort of reaction to what Ms. Todd said, as well as your reaction to sort of my initial comments.
Yeah, I mean, I would broadly agree that what the U.S. needs is a well-defined goal. You know, is it the surge in Chinese exports that's the problem, or is it the choke point vulnerabilities that's the problem? And if it's the choke point vulnerabilities, which I think is actually the bigger problem for the U.S., then you identify those and you find industry solutions around that. That requires several different agencies in the government and probably some sort of tiger team to coordinate the process.
Only 3 minutes over. Chair Price.
Thank you, and thank you to our witnesses. This is a really helpful conversation. My colleagues have asked many of the questions that I had wanted to ask, so I'm just going to drill down deeper on some of them. So, Mr. Wolf, you talk about in your testimony that China isn't going to change where what their focus is on developing science, technology in their next 5-year plan, and that U.S. should not assume that it has unsurpassable lead in any of these areas. Can you talk a little bit more about that and what the point was that you were trying to get to?
So China's identified these strategic and emerging industries in 2009 and has run an industrial policy targeted at those sectors since. You know, that became Made in China 2025, and it will become something else in the next, well, at some point this year. But for most of that period, it was kind of a side bet within its overall development strategy. And I think what changed after 2018, or between this period between 2018 and 2020, when the new 5-year plan was being drafted at that point, was that became the heart of the development strategy. That Xi Jinping didn't just double down; he made it his only bet, basically. That technology would solve all of China's problems. If China became the technological leader, it would solve all of its international problems as well, because China would no longer be in a position where the U.S. can dictate terms to China at that point. And I don't think that Xi Jinping is going to reverse that bet at this point. If anything, it looks like they're leaning further into that strategy. And in some ways, you know, China is at a disadvantage. And in some ways, its seriousness to that commitment, I think, can be questioned, or the way that they've gone about it. If you look at research and development, for example, overall spending on research and development has increased quite dramatically, but the share that's funded by the government is relatively small compared to the U.S. The share of R&D that's focused on basic research is relatively small as well. And so what they're hoping to do is really piggyback off of basic research that's done in the U.S. and commercialize that much faster. And that's a strategy that has worked so far, and that seems to be the strategy that they're betting on working in the future. I think what the U.S. can do is focus on that weakness within the research and development industry in the U.S., which is the commercialization and the scaling up of these breakthrough technologies. And I think that there's a lot that can be done in the U.S. to do that. Unfortunately, we seem to be moving in the opposite direction over the past few months. So
give me, for instance, on when you say there's a lot the U.S. can do.
Well, when the basic research is done at a university or in a university-affiliated lab, that handoff to the industry is usually the weak point in U.S. development. So when it goes from more research and towards more product development, it's kind of the weak point, and that's China's strong point in this kind of innovation chain. And so I think the area that the government can play in that is to facilitate that handoff. And sometimes that can be buying commitments. Maybe the Department of Defense, for example, makes a commitment to buy a certain number of products if the technology works as expected, or other parts of the government can make that buying commitment. Other times, maybe it's some sort of product subsidy, but it's reducing the uncertainty for the business sector in making a big bet on a new technology. That should be the government's focus, because in China, they're very good at reducing the uncertainty or the perceived costs of making bets like that.
Thank you. That was actually very helpful. Ms. Todd, I was going to ask you, after Commissioner Kuiken's question about the one big idea, my questions were really to drill down on some of those other ideas. Now, you've answered some of them. Any others you have on the table?
I think that part of the issue with our approach to policy right now is that we really aren't thinking long-term. So I talked about scale, I talked about coordination, talked about speed. But let's take increasing supply chain risk, which could be important inputs, resilience around certain critical minerals, which could be important inputs for a variety of end products. If we are reliant on China on that critical mineral now, and we don't currently have deposits of it, or even if we do, getting alternative sources of that raw material will require locating the deposits, trying to establish a new mine, potentially, trying to develop ownership of that mine, either in the United States or in a partner country. Securing the financing of that can be difficult, especially in the face of China's distortions in the critical minerals sector. And so we may need to deploy U.S. financing or deploy U.S. financing in addition to allies and partners financing. We may also want to develop additional recycling techniques to expand the supply of existing critical minerals in that space. My point is that this is at a minimum a 5-year effort. And we don't think about our policies on these continuums. So the other radical idea is really this continuity idea. We should have a, I don't want to use the word 5-year plan, but we should have a plan over multiple years that really takes into account the progress that we're making, that assesses quite nimbly, are we on track, are we not on track, and pursues more than one policy intervention at once. We may want that mine for that critical mineral to be in the United States and in another country. We should pursue an all of the above strategy. And that is radical compared to what we're doing right now.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Vice Chair Shriver.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And let me add my thanks to the witnesses for your excellent statements and excellent comments so far. I'm learning a lot. I appreciate it. I think a lot of what I had intended to ask has been covered, so I'll just ask one question and maybe ask you both to share your thoughts. So you've talked a lot about the challenge of core teams. One of the things this commission can do is also recommend changes to org charts, changes to structure. So is it just a coordination problem, or are we not optimally structured to do this? I mean, I firmly believe somebody needs to be in charge for things to happen. And of course, this wouldn't happen in a vacuum. We have the NSC and the EOP being skinnied way down, significantly down. We're seeing a pretty ambitious plan to reorganize State Department. So any thoughts on if this commission should make any recommendations about the org charts, the structure, how we're organized to meet this challenge?
I do think an org chart for our supply chain resilience efforts is essential. At this point, I think it's too early for me to say conclusively whether or not that org chart needs to involve new positions or new entities. But there does need to be somebody in charge. It needs to be a high-ranking person. It needs to be a person who has convening power, like Commissioner Kuiken was talking about. And it needs to be able to see the whole board. And by the whole board, I mean, the DFC, the XM, the State Department, the USTR, all of those parts of the toolkit. And so I think the recommendation, all of those parts of the toolkit. And so I think the recommendation should be optimizing leadership and coordinating positions, and then requiring regularized reporting on what the activities are. And that could be internal reporting, it could be to a White House coordinating body, it could be to one of the agencies that's picked as the leader. But we have a tendency sometimes to put out long reports, and then we kind of sleep on the issue for a bit. This is, as I mentioned before, an all-hands-on-deck scenario, and it requires real vigilance and investment over a long period of time. That's the only way we're going to get that modernized toolkit. It's the only way we're going to be firing in all cylinders to address our resilience concerns. So I think that's my response to the org chart. But after these changes to the executive branch, it may be more apparent, once the dust settles on those, that yes, we maybe do need new positions or restoring old positions. It's just too early to say.
The U.S.'s government org chart is probably not my strong suit, so I'll just defer to Ms. Todd on this one.
Commissioner Sims.
Thank you both for your testimony today. I'm learning a lot as well. I feel like we spent a lot of time in this commission thinking about tactics. Like, we got to make recommendations to Congress. So tactically, like, what should we do to counter certain things that China is doing or advance our own interest? And so, not being an economist, I try to like zoom out and think about, from a strategy perspective, in layman's terms, how should we be communicating some of these things? How should we be thinking about some of these things? And so, as everybody's been talking, I've been kind of sketching out what I feel like I'm learning is China's strategy here, and I would be curious to hear your reaction to this, and then maybe your articulation of what China's strategy is here. If I had to sum it up, it seems to me that China is trying to deindustrialize the world. That if you look at the data here, we've got from 2019 to 2024, China's trade surplus doubled to nearly $2 trillion. And in doing that, they have not shed low-end production to move up the value chain, presumably because they're scared of what would happen if a lot of low-skilled laborers in their country were suddenly unemployed, what the instability that might bring. And then even as the U.S. and EU tariffs have risen, they just shifted their exports to emerging markets. And in fact, they're actually taking advantage of U.S. free trade agreements in third-party countries. So China's companies have doubled their industrial space in Mexico in just the last 3 years, as an example. And so they seem to be basically betting that they can keep subsidizing their way to such overwhelming manufacturing dominance that by the time the world collectively kind of wakes up to what they are doing here, it's basically too late, and they have won because they are such an industrial superpower and nobody else has any capacity to compete. The game is just over. How would you react to that articulation, kind of linear thinking to the way that they're approaching this from a strategy perspective?
I do think China takes the long view and the comprehensive view of their industrial policies. And I think their strategy is to achieve a level of dominance that puts them in positions to wield a lot of power and influence. And I think that's why it's imperative that we don't get to that scenario, that the pot doesn't boil over, that we don't wake up and it's too late. Because we should assume that we're on a trajectory that will not abate anytime soon, and it could get worse over time as they develop new tactics or react to some of our policies that we put in place. So I think that we should assume global dominance of key sectors will continue to be their goal, and we should pursue a goal of supply chain resilience to protect our own ability to compete in those sectors and obviously protect our security. Without that type of action and concerted response, I think it could be too late.
I don't think it's China's intended policy to deindustrialize the rest of the world, but I think that that's a consequence of the policies that it's chosen. I think the intention of the policy is basically to make China less reliant on the rest of the world and increase the rest of the world's reliance on China. And that's through kind of choke point technologies, in the sense that China's been trying to minimize U.S. choke points over its economy while increasing its control of critical choke points for the rest of the world, including the U.S. And so I think that there's a strategic level to this, but it's not exactly one that says we want to shutter manufacturing capacity in Thailand or Malaysia per se, or the US per se. it's much more focused on its domestic political situation. And I think that it was nobody's intention in China to create a situation where the industrial sector was posting the losses that it has been since 2020. It was nobody's intention to implode the housing market to the degree that they have imploded the housing market in China. But that was also a consequence of this policy decision that they took. And I think it's one of the imperatives of U.S. policy should be to have China reassess the costs and benefits of its current policy on its own terms. So one of the stated goals of the current policy is to create a unified national market. And that unification of the national market is impeded by this local government support. And that local government support for industries or for companies that by all accounts should go out of business is preventing that from happening. So it would be in the U.S.'s interests, and it would be in the interest of the central government to push forward on that policy, and that would increase the domestic absorption of China's economy and kind of prevent some of these side effects as well.
Thank you. Commissioner Slevin.
Bad timing. Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks to our witnesses enjoying the conversation. Ms. Todd, in your written testimony, you use the example of electric vehicles, EVs, to illustrate what a more comprehensive, affirmative, defensive toolkit looks like, which I think is a helpful example. I think a big part of the challenge that policymakers face is how to build some consensus across Congress, executive branch, as to what to prioritize. People always shy away from picking winners. The fact is, through inertia, we are picking winners, and we have through the last several decades. So I'm, EVs I'm not asking you to expand on that necessarily, but it's illustrative in that sometimes EVs is up, sometimes EVs is down, chips is up, chips is down. I'm interested in your thoughts about how we think about prioritizing. What are the kinds of criteria that policymakers should use in getting to that point of the tiger team that I think you illustrated well earlier in the conversation?
So I think there's a couple ways to look at this issue, and we probably need an approach that incorporates all of them. So there are the sectors that are key to our national security and our defense industrial base. There are the sectors that are key to our technological leadership. Being on the frontier of technologies is essential to our global economic leadership. And then there are sectors that are important for our economic security. And I think from those three categories, you can get a pretty good indication of where are the sectors to focus. And President Biden, through Executive Order 14017, which I know some of your panelists later today will discuss, talked about some of those critical sectors and then directed agencies to do deep dives into those sectors. So I think that those three categories are a good place to start. And I think the other thing that we should keep in mind and policymakers should understand is that China does pick sectors. And if China picks sectors and we don't pick sectors and we let the market try and respond, it won't work because the market is now so distorted by the Chinese policies that have followed those sector designations, the priorities that they've placed. So I don't think that we should be afraid to pick sectors that are both critical to us, sectors that are at risk because of China's policies, and regardless of whether or not there are the right political, there's the right level of political support for a specific sector. If China believes it is important to their global leadership and their economic dominance, it is probably one that we should keep an eye on too.
Picking up on that, we have an edge on AI. In the ecosystem and the infrastructure that comes along with that. There are technologies, you can look at solar, you can look at any number of, and Mr. Wolf, I'm interested in your thoughts if you have them. Ms. Todd, what are one or two things to avoid when we're, the Congress, executive branch are really doubling down on our AI lead? What are a couple of things to avoid based on previous technology edges?
you.